Hello. Welcome back to Pi. Happy Tuesday. Last week, what did we even do last week? Do I remember? I think we got sand going for Nexalit, so our Nexalit is fully running again. We also believe that means that we got our first molten Nexalit delivery up to where that goes, which means that shafts should have turned on again. Yes, they have. This is still not a huge number of shafts, but let's see. 6 every 10 seconds, 6.6 times 3/4, 19.8 divided by 4. So just under 5 shafts in 10 seconds. So just under half a shaft a second, which is still not super fast, but we could probably increase our speed if we need to. Like, I think we can add one more pair of these if I really so desire. But it looks like we are getting enough of them here to keep this running, which is what matters. And then, obviously, it's going to take a little while for shafts to accumulate here. And then they will finally start making their way down to Mech Parts 2 again. And I'm going to bet Shaft Mark 2s are just waiting for Shaft Mark 1s. Yes. So that'll get Mech Parts 2 running again. I guess shafts are not our limiting factor, actually, so the overall Mech Parts 2 are blocked on, what? Control panels, and I'm going to bet that's like red chips. Oh, look, it's red chips. Red chips are probably still blocked on lubricant, which is really desulfurization. I mean, we fixed our fish oil issues, so we are getting a trickle of it again. But until we get the desulfurization tech, I think Surmet is still probably having issues. Yeah. And that's probably our main blocker across all of this is still Surmet. Yep. So once we get desulfurization, we can work on aromatics to lubricant and just hopefully solve our lubricant problems. Probably not once and for all, but at least for like a couple of hours. But for today, I have decided that all this has to go. And by all this, I mean everything that is currently in the belt base. It exists at this point, I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe that everything the rail base needs is now produced on rails, which means the whole remainder of the belt base serves only to run the mall, and this mall is old and terrible and needs to be replaced. So what I want to do today is I want to start working on the next gen mall. We are not going to have this. I want to do an Automall. I want to do a make anything machine, basically, is what I want to design. And then from there, we'll figure out what our next plans are. Why do I have... Oh, these are the blueprints from, yeah. From playing around with some of this stuff with chat last week. But these ones I know I can delete. These ones I might throw in a book just so I have them for reference. All right. Just trying to get my inventory a little more organized because I'm going to have to grab some stuff to start working on the Automall. We're going to want factories. We're going to need... Is this roboports? Yeah, that's roboports. And I'm also going to want chargers. I just saw them and I lost them. Ah, there it is. All right, I'm just going to grab a stack of each of those. I also want like a couple stacks of Logibots. Because what we're going to do is we're going to set up like a separate logistics network, and that is what we're going to use to design the mall. Let's see. I have 5 bots in here. That's not enough. Let me see if I can find a roboport that has some bots in it. There we go. I'm just going to steal bots from a few roboports. Again, just enough that I can, like, have a basic Logi network. Yeah, 50-50. And let's grab 50 construction bots. $21. Yeah, the construction bots are going to be kind of scattered around. I have so many Logi bots. Oh my god. The way this is set up is basically if there is ever more demand for Logibots, like if the number of available bots drops below 0 in the network, it just makes more. So, like, it has probably made... How many bots do I have? How do I see this number? If I go down here... Okay, that says there's 3.8 thousand. 5.3 thousand Logibots. Oh no. All right. Well, that's a problem for future me. The other question is, where do we want to build this? I want like a nice flat area. I don't want too many... Oh, that's geothermal water right there? Interesting. I don't want too many ore rocks around, because I can't build on them. I don't want to build in the snow and the white desert over there. Do we build in the purple? Do we build down here? Down here, there's a bunch of ore rocks, so this whole area is going to be kind of a pain to build in. I mean, the other option is to build, like, here. And just accept that I'm going to need heaps of landfill. Let's go... Let's go check out to the right. What we're going to do is we're going to set up a little temporary Logi network, but ultimately the place that I choose to build, like, is going to be where... I don't have to do them all in its final location right now. It would be nice to find the final location and know where I'm going to put it. But it's not, like, absolutely necessary. This probably should have been just a turn instead of a trumpet, but that's okay. If we go this way. Yeah, we got another cluster of resource rocks here that's going to be a pain to build around. This is fairly open, other than, I mean, it's going to need a bunch of landfill, but maybe that's fine. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to go north one. And I want to have plenty of room, like, for stations near the mall to bring materials in. A lot of it's going to be Logi network, not belts, but we still need lots of room to bring stuff in. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to throw 3 of these here. And that way, when we go north from here, we can pull... We'll have lots of space for stations, lots of space for expansion as we need it. At least in theory. Am I out of rail signals already? I'm out of rail signals already. Cool. Where is... There it is. I am way overbuilding the infrastructure around here, but again, if this is going to be the mall of the future forever, I want lots of space to get stations on in and out. You know what? I think I'm even going to go one longer. We'll do 4. Why not? Ha! Let's be careful there, Brandon. Needed to delete a little bit more of that one, I think. I think it goes here. It is mall rebuild time. Yep, I am laying down a bunch of, there we go. I'm hoping that all of this is going to be enough train stations for all the future mall needs, that I'll be able to bring everything in that I'm going to need to bring in. Because this should be able to do, like, I don't know, it's like 20 stations and can probably squeeze a couple more in. So that is the hope, is that this is going to be enough. And then the mall itself is going to be up in this big area here. And we're going to start working on that shortly. Because it's going to be a combination of... Oh, I'm out of power poles. It's going to be a combination of, like, traditional mall and Automall, right? There's going to be some stuff that we're going to want to hook up to to belts because we want to make a lot of it. We're going to make heaps of, you know, well, belts, inserters, etc., etc. And then a lot of the stuff, I'm going to try to do a make anything machine. I've never done one before. We'll see how it goes. So rather than this array of like manually set whatevers, it will be driven by logistics requests. And my thought / hope is that like when I work with YAFC, pretty much always use this not export entities to blueprint, sorry, shopping list export to blueprint. And what I should be able to do is just do this like make a blueprint for a requester chest, right? And then you know, drop that requester chest into the Logi network of the mall area, and it will automatically drive picking up, you know, the Logi requests will happen. Should all be able to drive the auto crafting. That is the theory. That is the plan. Good luck for the make anything box. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Let's just let the bots bring me some stuff. I actually want to grab some extra rail signals because we're going to go through those. And then this should be enough space to build both a small, you know, it's just going to be a little main bus build, right? Of like the things that I want on a main bus build. And then from there, we'll go to, you know, some number of make anything machines. And I kind of think I know how I want, like, the high-level logic of the make anything machines to work and how they're going to get, like, assigned. How I'm going to assign them tasks, but we'll see what happens when theory meets practice. You have a blueprint for a factory that builds item to amount wanted and refills box when below a certain number. Yeah, I'm gonna try to, you know, I want to try to figure it out myself, at least initially. I will definitely, I will ask chat for help if I decide I need help. But I wanna try to figure this one out myself. I think it's worth it. As far as a challenge to solve goes. Oh, I'm out of asphalt. All right. But, like, I think in theory, what I want is for, like... I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start to get, like, the non-auto part of the mall going first. So I just have, like... You know... We'll have... belts and inserters and things like that running, and we'll know sort of what we have for You know, what sort of space is going to be taken up by... Uh-oh, these don't match. Why don't these match? Oh, this whole bottom row is offset. It's not, the radars aren't on the grid correctly. That's why it doesn't match. All right. Well, that'll do it. Should I spend time fixing this? Yes. Maybe. But I'm going to. Where's the radar here? Ah. All right, let's get these radars where they should be, which is here. And now hopefully this one ends up where the one above it did before. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. And that's going to have to move to make room for train stations, I'm sure. But that now lines up with where this one goes. Okay. I don't know how I got all of my radars offset like that, but it's fixed now. Yeah, I think I need to let the bots finish this, or every time I wander past it, they're going to get distracted, and then they're not going to be around when I need them to be around. And again, all of this is just space so that however many weird delivery stations we need to get them all hooked up to random inputs, we'll be able to do that. This is intentionally overkill. but I don't want to have to rebuild the mall again later and move it someplace with more space, so I'm claiming a lot of space for the mall now. Oop, we're out of power poles again. Out of power poles and rails. Okay. Well, close to done. Done enough. Let's start. Let's start like here. With a fluid drop-off, that's going to go like here. And I'm out of... Oh, all right. We do have to go back to the mall again. I'm out of landfill, and I'm definitely going to need landfill to be able to put stuff like down here. All right, one more trip to the mall. Refill myself. But very shortly, we should have the capability to bring in a bunch of the materials we need, and we won't... we'll be able to start relying on the new mall as we're building the new mall, which will be excellent. I'm looking forward to that. Because once we get, like, belts and... I mean, belts are the big one, but, like, belts and inserters and stuff, we'll be doing much better. Time to use the logistics warehouses for most stuff. That was the plan, is to have them at least in some parts of the mall. I need to actually enqueue that research, though. Thank you for reminding me. Logistics warehousing. Because, yes, we do want... I mean, especially for the Make Anything machine, right? We want to have... Logi warehouses, at least feeding into it, maybe not necessarily feeding out of it. Because we want... One of the issues with the speed of this mall is getting ingredients into the assemblers. So if we use, you know, automated factories and logistics warehouses, we can drop a bigger row of inserters, and that'll help a lot with the speed of getting everything in. Easier to have one box at train station to provide stuff. Yeah. I mean, like I said, some stuff we're going to pull out, but the stations definitely, if we can just have stations deliver to Logi warehouses, then that's super easy and convenient. Agreed. I think I need at least 3 of these. Do I want to do... Biggest issue will be all the required fluids. Yeah, we're going to have multiple fluid stations for sure. One of the things I want to think about is, like, obviously we want to use advanced casting. casting stage 2, right? Like pipes to ground, gears, like everything here that we can cast, we want to cast. But do I want to cast like iron plates on site, or do I want to just bring in a train load of iron plates? I feel like I just want to bring in a train load of iron plates. Because, like, yes, we're going to have the advanced castings on site, but is there anything that we're going to want to cast that uses the sand castings? Because if not, then why even bring the sand castings in? Because we do have all of, like, our plates available on rails already. I mean, I guess bringing in the sand castings isn't that much more work when we're already bringing in all the other castings. So, like, this guy will bring in borax, we'll bring in sand castings, and we'll bring in advanced castings. And then we can route all that to whatever casting machines we need to as part of the mall. And then here, we can start to bring in all of our molten whatevers. We're going to need, well, hot air, obviously. Molten iron. Molten copper. Do one for molten tin. Molten solder. How many iron plates do I get out of a liquid wagon of molten ore? A lot. Let's find out. Molten iron to plates using hot air. $18,000? Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. 75 to 100. We bring in 25,000. So it is more efficient rail-wise to bring in molten than plates. Yeah. I think for the mall, we're going to be using enough plates that it makes sense. Oh, nope, that's wrong. Yeah, bring it molten for basic metals. I'm also bringing in solder because we're going to be making rail here, and that'll eat through solder. Okay. This looks fine. We have space for more metals as we need to bring them in and set up casting for them. We have this that's going to bring in borax, sand castings, and advanced castings. So we should be able to get, like, all of our basic metals going and available. We don't have the logistics warehousing tech yet. I also probably didn't grab... Yeah, I didn't grab Logi chests. But yeah, we'll be able to set up, like, casting here, and then, again, I think the sort of main bus of the main bus section of the mall is going to go right here, just north of those bitumen seeps. Can I build on the bitumen seeps? I know I can't build on a lot of the other rocks, but bitumen seeps are just the vanilla oil wells. Let's find out. Not with that. Yes, I can. Okay, so I don't have to worry about those. They're not actually in my way. I don't have to route around them. All right, so main bus-wise, I mean, I think we're just going to do 2 and 2. That sort of thing. Because we can get off, you know, both sides of this. It's a little finicky, but, like, you can easily get all of the lanes out from this configuration. Again, this is just a mall, and, like, yes, some of this stuff we're going to be building in large quantities, but... All right, let's start with our first... I didn't grab casting machines, so I'm going to have to go back to the old mall and get casting machines before we can do that. But if we want to make transport belts, what are our best recipes these days? One iron plate and one small part for 2. 5 iron plates, 3 small parts, and 5... You know, 300 hours ago, I thought this recipe would someday look better, and it still doesn't. Like, yeah, it saves half the iron, but, like, rubber is still expensive. I think we stick to the basic one. Small parts, though, are definitely something that get their own, or get a delivery platform, right? We make lots of small parts on rails. We want to bring those in. We don't want to make them locally. So that'll bring in small parts, which we'll just have to connect up to everything else. Let me find a casting unit that I can... Boop. So what we're going to have here, we're going to have all these fluids coming in. We're going to have casting units. Let's say this is iron plate. And then copper plate. Yeah, all right. And these all have to be... Right, they're going to be feeding a Logi warehouse, and then we're going to get, you know, a belt out of them. And then that does that. Lather, rinse, repeat for the next thing. And then we have our belt of castings and borax for here. That's fine. I don't hate that. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. And then each of these metals obviously needs to be routed up here. And then we'll also have some of these doing... doing things from the advanced castings, right? So we're going to have pipes. And obviously these will need to be Logi warehouses. I just haven't researched those yet. Undergrounds. Gear wheels, etc., etc. So, like, this can go on pretty much forever, going along this row here, and we just, you know, push more belts up to wherever we decide, sort of. Maybe I push this a little further north, give myself more space for belt management down here. Doesn't really matter. All right, but if we want to get belts going first, small parts, iron plates. We're going to take our iron plates right up here. And those get the honor of being the first belt into the system. And then small parts... are on the way, slowly but surely. And I also need to hook up castings. We're going to have two belts coming out of this. One is going to be... Doesn't really matter where I hook this up, because we're going to need to be able to weave these two belts in and out of each other over time. Because as I expand that and add more metals, some things are going to need advanced castings, some things are going to need basic castings. There's no good rhyme or reason there. And again, all of these will eventually become providers. They're just not set up as providers yet. And then all of the fluids come out. I'm going to go ahead and use niobium pipes just to make my life a little bit easier here with some of these longer stretches. Plus, they look cool. All right, that's iron, and then copper. No, that's not iron. That's hot air. Nice try, Brandon. You thought you could break your factory. All right, and then hot air does have to still come down like... Oh, of course, that's... Okay. And copper. Again, we're just hooking each of these up as we go. Oh, I actually hit the limit of that pipe. That so rarely happens with the niobium pipes. Okay, that should be all of the pipes for all these basic sort of cast materials. Do I even need... I mean, I probably do. Like... No, gear wheels are only used in small parts. Okay, I don't actually need gear wheels. And I probably don't need underground pipes on the belt. I know I need pipes. I need pipes for engines and other things. But pipe to ground? Yeah, no usage. Okay. So I don't actually need these ones. Cool. But pipes are definitely used in buildings. Yeah, certainly in all the tanks. Also in barreling machines. Yeah, lots of places. So we do need pipes available. Whether we need them on the bus, though, maybe we hold off on putting pipes on the bus. Maybe we just put them into what's going to be their chest. And we don't bother bussing them yet. I'll probably want to do steam engines off of the bus rather than off of Logi. So we probably will need pipes on the bus, but I'll leave it for now. And this does request sand castings, right? Yes, it does. Uh-oh. Dare I even check this build? Oh, well. Yeah. I guess that shouldn't surprise me. That will fix itself. We will get sand again in the world. Now that Nexalit is no longer consuming every little bit of sand we can possibly make, we should end up with sand on rails again. So just patience for sand castings. And then this belt, I guess we're just going to kind of like... Of course. I don't know why I always feel the need to get, like, as much value out of my undergrounds as I can, but... we may need to move this eventually if we need more metals here. And we probably... Well, we're at least going to need titanium. We'll see. We might need to move some of these belts and make room for more molten metal inputs. All right, but in theory now, if I wanted to make... And I should really start thinking about, like, doing the make anything machine and not just getting basic mall stuff done, but the more basic mall stuff I can get done, the less I need to... the more basic mall stuff we get done, the less I need to go back to the other mall for, right? So, transport belts. 2 and 2 to 4, all right. I think with hand upgrades, that's 1 inserter, which is delightful. But then for a second is going to be a blue one out. All right. Well, the problem with this is that this is literally going to eat a belt of... We don't need this much. We don't... 1 is fine, Brandon. 1 is fine. 1 assembler is fine. And that will all go into another warehouse, which will eventually be a Logi warehouse. Honestly, if I'm just going to do one assembler, it can just be direct insertion, can't it? Save some space. And then, yeah, that will be a Logi warehouse, and that will be that. All right, well, Twitch wants me to run an ad break. I'm going to go ahead and let it run an ad break. I'm going to step away for a minute and get some water, stretch my legs. I recommend everyone else do the same. When we come back, I want to keep getting more of the basic stuff onto the mall, get more of our, like, basic requests from Rails in, and then we can start screwing around with the Automall part and the Make Anything machine once sort of the basics are established. I will see everyone in just a few minutes, and we will continue the mall project. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Did the bots bring me all my stuff over the ad break? Most of it. We're still waiting for some landfill. We are going to need a bunch of landfill up around here. So let's let them at least get me up to 2K before I wander off. Yeah, that won't take too long. They're all coming up from down here. There's you could see they start going in a straight line, they fan out into different roboports, and then they wander back in again. But yeah, that's enough for now. Let's head back. Oh, I also need casting units. Let me find casting units. Grab a stack of those. I'm probably going to come up with other buildings that I need in the mall over time, but for now, inputs would be good, wouldn't they? Okay. And then here we can turn on our requests for a few things. We can get the hot air in. We can get molten iron. And we can get molten copper. All right. Cool. So that is all of that. And we have our first section here. That needs to be followed up with undergrounds, which is just more transport belts and iron plates, okay? And also, yeah, same thing, circuits plates. Wonder if it makes sense. Probably, at least for iron, it does. Let's get silly. There we go. And I think I'm going to do the same thing as well for small parts. I think... There we go. And those will... It'll take a little while before the single stack belt flushes, but I don't care. That way we don't have to push multiple belts of anything up into the mall, because I really don't want to have to do that. Okay. So, next over here... Like, same thing, kinda. Except this needs to bring in... splitters and transport belts. Did all of this end up one low compared to that one? Like, does this all need to go here? No, it's right. Okay. Weird. There's some optical illusion with... Maybe it's the different textures of the ground or something, but these look like they're lower to me. Further south. And this also needs circuits, right? Yes. So we need to get a belt of circuits in and hooked up. That's going to be coming through like here. Yeah, this will use as many of these as it can. But... Okay. That's, fine. Let's get circuits requested and hooked up. Alright, this is just waiting for sand castings. Sand is still, I mean, gonna be a problem. So... I think I can share circuits and small parts on this station. Oh, shoot. No filter. Not the same as... I'm so used to inserters where you can tell it that it's filtered and then set the filter to nothing. And doing that with pumps does not work. Here, let's bring this up here. I'm just going to accept that this is going to be a major refactor if we have to change any of it. And then this one's going to be chips. Green chips. All right, plenty of trains on the way here, which is what we want to see. And more of this belt is coming through stacked, which is fine. Cool. That should be it for the initial sets of belts. Do I want to prep for red belts? Is that a thing that I just want to plan for right now? So that's coming off of our existing transport belt build, plus advanced small parts, stainless steel, iron niobium alloy, lubricant. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do that right now or if I want to do it later on. Ooh, and here's a question. The fast version uses rubber, but we lose the lubricant input. Ooh, okay. These are questions. All right, I have too many questions, which means I'm not doing it right now. I can always throw belts down to the bottom of the bus and bring them to wherever else I happen to need them. So for now, I think it's fine, is what I'm saying. All right, next. Mechanical inserter. All right, that's like the same as this. In fact, I'd go so far as to say I'm going to need at least this much of this. Except mechanical inserters, yellow inserters bring in and then yellow inserters will need oh, this doesn't need iron, does it? This needs small parts and Okay, so no iron. Yes, small parts. And then also duralumin I need to bring up, which we don't have coming in yet. So let's add duralumin to our requests. I guess we could bring in... I know it's over here somewhere. We could just bring in aluminum and copper and do duralumin on site, just like we're doing... Oh, and yeah, we've already got everything we need to do this. Yeah, okay. Let's just do that instead. So we're not going to use this station yet. Let's add aluminium to our requested metals. And then one of these guys. Nope, not one of those. Of course, it's a different machine. Okay, yeah, this needs some slightly different inputs. That's fine. And we do need a fuel station as well now. Which, let me get that set up. All right, that should be everything we're going to need here. Apparently we're making plenty of pipe. Actually, all of these should have the same limit. Enable. And the reason I want these to be limited, other than just not wanting to buffer a bajillion of everything, I'm going to make these buffer chests rather than provider chests, which should make it so I don't need as many storage chests around, and the bots can bring stuff back to these chests. And that just means we need more, I want to leave space in here for bots to bring stuff back. All right, we got circuits. Other than still not having the castings for iron plates, we're doing good here. All right, Duralumin. I'm actually going to send up this side. And, like, some of these are going to be kind of inserter limited, and I'm just not that worried about it. Like, we can try to fix it where we see it's going to be a problem, but, like, here, I don't necessarily even want to throw enough inserters on this for it to get 10 plates a second, because that's a lot of freaking plates. All right, other inserters. These guys do need belts, and they need a couple more metals that I need to bring in. Same with fast inserters. Yeah, vitraloy, iron niobium alloy, also still belts. Bulk inserters, a bunch of stuff. Stack inserters, a bunch of stuff. And then the bio cranes. Oh, and these need the same, like, limits on... Right? Belts stack to what? 100. So enable when belts are less than... What? How many am I requesting these days? 2K. All right. Honestly, I guess we just do the 6K number. Okay. So that is all the most basic stuff, other than, again, still not having sand castings. We are going to need copper plate, right? Like... Maybe not on the belt or on the bus, to be honest. Like, yes, it's used in a bunch of buildings, but that's a bunch of the sort of stuff that's going to be, like, on demand, right? So maybe we don't need copper plate here. We do need to be making undergrounds. They just don't go on belt. All right, so we got an open slot on the bus, is what I'm seeing. Cool. Well, at least we have pipes. Double check all of these are looking like they're going to be good when the time comes. Pretty much yes. Okay. How's this going? Science is stalled. Let me double check science is stalled for the expected reasons, and that something else hasn't broken. It is PySci 1. PySci 1 is running, honestly. So... and is actually almost about to... yeah, that should issue a request now, I think. Yep. 1,200 is enough for a delivery. So, it's good. It's running. Let's see. Let's request a stack of smelters when we get back to the other mall. Oh, shoot. Sigh. Okay. That should be fine. We didn't deliver that much extra copper. Although there might be other things on the way. Yeah, we have another delivery of copper. Awesome. It will all fit in this, just barely. Okay, while we're waiting for other things to arrive, we need to start thinking about the logistics layout of all of this. Because we do need all of this to have bot coverage, right? Because these are eventually going to be provider chests or buffer chests or whatever. Same with these. At least this one. Maybe not this one. But we need to get Logi coverage over this whole region. And I guess I just kind of need to pick an origin point and decide that that is going to be the origin of the Logibot coverage. And I pick this spot arbitrarily. Ooh, of course. And then right straight down here. Request some more things for the future, and let's get all of the roboports powered. So that should be roboport coverage down here in this network. Yes. We'll probably want to fill in at least like the bottom of this corner so that bots, well, yeah, we've got a lot to fill in. But what we should be able to start doing now is prototyping some of the Automall parts, which was the whole reason for this exercise to begin with. And you know what else I'm going to do? Crazy, I know. At least going to throw down a few lights around. So, the core of the Automall is going to be requester chest, into an active provider, not a passive provider. This requester will eventually be a requester warehouse, so we can have more inserters in, obviously. But, like, that's the core of it. We're going to have a second copy of the automated factory, and that will feed read ingredients, and this will be set requests. So we're going to have coming in, and for now I'm going to just use a constant combinator. We're going to have some form of input signal, which I'm going to mark on red for now. And this is the selected recipe. So let's say that we want to make I don't really care. Pick something, Brandon. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Glassworks. We want to make a Glassworks. Okay. So, this sets recipe and reads ingredients. This also sets recipe. This, yeah, gets what's requested for. It's just for one craft, though, right? Yes. Which isn't necessarily what we want. What we want is for the ingredients to be... Let's get a math combinator in here. Input there, and input our request signal. So we want each signal on green multiplied by... Ooh. I gotta be careful here. I need like a diode, right? Because I need this input signal. I don't want... Maybe we just get rid of that? No. I need... Okay, so yeah. Each signal on red multiplied by each signal on green, but we do need like a diode of some sort, which I guess is just a arithmetic combinator. And that's going to take each input, output each, times 1. And then that will be our control. No. Again, we need... to be careful. This one needs to be hooked up there. There we go. Now the only signal it's getting is this part. And then this one... Yeah, we're isolating this, so this gets a 1-tick lag. That's fine. It's not what I want. I don't want each here. I want any. And I don't know how to do that. I guess what I need to do is I need to convert this into another signal. And then I can use each times that specific signal. So if I do this again, another one of these, each times 1, And then we output... I should know how to do this. Like, this is a standard... Okay. Except the amount that I want to output is not... Yeah, is this working? Right? If I say then that I want 10 of these... Yeah, we get 10. Okay, perfect. This is what I want. So this just needs to be like a count indicator of how many things that I want to make. What's a good indicator for how many things that I want to make? Number sign. All right. And then number sign feeds this one. Okay. So yeah. So now we're outputting from this machine what we want our requests to be. But our requests should also be minus read contents including crafting. Yeah, so this is going to request all of this stuff minus whatever's in here. And I lost my frickin' set recipe again. Because it's on the green signal. Right. I mean, that's just another frickin' diode, isn't it? Okay, so now, if we check, this wants 150 small parts. If I throw 40 in, it's now requesting 790 small parts. Ah! I forgot how awful Factorio signals are to work with. Okay, so what's the issue? The issue is probably that I need another diode, right? Like right here. Yes. Oh, this needs to invert because we want to subtract what we have. Okay. Good. Good. So I can feed this a number of some item that I want it to do. It will set the recipe correctly, and it will request all the items that it needs to do that craft. The other thing that we need... No, and here's the great thing about doing all of this with Logibots. Arceus, welcome in. The good thing about doing this with Logibots is that because this is a provider chest, as soon as this finishes a craft, that goes into the provider, and that will reduce our requests by 1, I hope. And what that means is we don't have to, like, subtract this from this side. All we have to do, like, the Logi network part handles that for us, right? Our number of requests for this just decreases. So that's cool. I want to move all of this around because this got messy, and I honestly have forgotten what it all does at this point. So let's rebuild this, which is awful, but it's what needs to happen. past midnight for you, but kind of want to build a proper magic factory at the same time. I mean, I am no good at circuit signals in Factorio, as has been demonstrated, but I do enjoy messing around with it. All right. So here's what we need to have. We have our input, and we need to put a couple of diodes on that input. For diodes, I've just been using arithmetic combinators. Set to each times 1. I don't know if that's the best way to do a diode, but it works. Those are identical. Those set the recipes on each of these machines. This machine now needs to bring in the biggest issue is you can't separate what signals go where. Exactly. And that's what these like diodes are for, and why I have to do some weird subtraction of stuff. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. So this also reads the ingredients. Okay. And that feeds out to this guy, which does, for each signal on green, multiply by the number of crafts. So yes, that's what the two different colors are for, but like here, I'm setting recipe and I'm also reading ingredients. And if I, like, because I'm setting recipe from red, this will read ingredients to red and green. So I have to make sure that, like, this one that's also setting recipe, this can't accidentally read its ingredients into this one that's setting recipe, which is why I have these multiply by 1 arithmetic combinators that are, I've been calling them diodes. So you gotta do stuff like that to, All right, so this is what we need for one recipe. Comes out the bottom here. I need that to be fed, I think I did for each times 1 output number. And then we output each. So yes, these all get multiplied by 10, and that's correct. And that hooks up to this, which is going to be in set request mode. And trash unrequested. Here, just so we can actually see it, we're also going to put down one of these, and we're going to hook it up to the same signals. Set requests, trash unrequested. Okay, so that's requesting all of its stuff. And then we need to subtract from this read ingredients. No, read contents included in crafting. So that's this guy, which is each times -1. Output each. And again, we'll just use the green signal. And this green signal is just what's read from this. It's the only thing that's being pushed onto green here. Do I have a list of what mods I'm using? Somewhere. Not in Twitch chat, obviously. But it's pretty much standard Pi. I've only added a couple of other. I've got CyberSyn, And pretty much everything else other than CyberSyn, I would call quality of life mods, not really content mods. Okay. And now if I throw ingredients into this, just to double check, yes, our requests go down. All right. So this part is good. Now, what I need is, like, the dispatcher logic, which is gonna be the hard part. Like, if I just want one of these running, I can basically, like, I can feed this in from Roboport, right? If I get... read logistic network requests. And actually, I need, like, 2 Roboports, because I also need to read the contents. Or no, I guess I don't. So yeah, this is read requests, because this is everything that's currently being requested, which includes me and includes the thing I'm working on right now. And I guess I could turn off personal logistics right now, and that would help with our... Yeah. So, like, this needs to be filtered, which is going to be... the obnoxious part. Is like, there's a bunch of stuff in here that we don't want the Automall to ever make. And I'm not... I think I know how I want to do that. Because if we take these and we say... we don't ever want to make iron plate, right? So if we set that to -1, and then if we take an arithmetic combinator, feed that there, and that there, and we do each times each, red times green, output each, yes, we get -200. Beautiful, perfect, that's what I want. And then, same thing, except we're also pulling green out, which is still read Logi network requests. And we can see now that on green, we've lost the 200 iron plate. Because we said iron plate is not to be requested from the crafter. And, like, same thing with copper. And obviously, like, this can fall over, but this is just a really crude filtering mechanism that we'll do. And then that goes into, like, a selector combinator. Right? And it's like select input, sort descending. Right. And in this case, almost all of this stuff should be filtered out, because all of these things are ingredients to buildings, not buildings that we would want the Make Anything machine to make. So we'd have to keep improving the filter list. But that, I think, is the crux of it. Oh, shoot. Twitch is starting an ad break. I'm going to get a little bit more water. I'm going to step away for a minute. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off, because I hate pre-rolls. I recommend everyone else hydrate, stretch your legs, and when we come back, we'll keep working on sort of the control input side. Because I think this part is fine. It's just how do we expand this into multiple modules and assign jobs to each module. That's the neat part. All right, I will see everyone shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. All right, so where were we? We've got this part. This takes in a request right now and figures out what it needs to pull from the logistics network. This currently takes whatever requests are on the logistics network, selects by most inputs, whatever needs the most, and feeds it into here. So what we want for a couple of things is, one, we don't want this to like cycle just because you crafted a couple of things. We don't want this to like bounce between recipes, right? If we need 5 of several things, we want it to make all 5 and then choose another recipe. So we need a latch. And then we also need a way to keep track of how many things have been made. And that's probably like a read hand content, like pulse from this, so that it like subtracts 1 every time this grabs something. And then the last thing that we need is the like, what if we have requests that cannot be fulfilled? So like, I'm gonna need another RoboPort. Let me just grab one. This is requesting all of these things from the network, right? And certain things are potentially not available, and we want to turn whatever's not available back into a new request, a new logistics request. What we want is like if this signal of our request minus Logi storage, which will come from this second RoboPort, read logistics network contents. And then we need to like subtract these two together. And anything that's on that, what I want to do is I want to like latch that into some sort of combinator that I can feed into our request input alongside alongside everything that's coming from Logi requests, right? And then I need some way to say that we want the yeah, this is where I am kind of stumped, honestly. Ooh, and something is stuck, which means I screwed something up. Oh, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Maybe I don't need this. Like, does it work without this? That's the question. Because, like, what if instead of making a Glassworks, we want to make, like... Tier 2 biomass power plant. All right. Actually, you know what? Let's do one better. Let's feed this from... this, and then I can actually drop down, or I can feed a fake input here. Now I say biomass power plant Mark II. We want 10 of those. So that gets fed into here. We read ingredients, but this is not getting its requests set. Why? Oh, because this needs to be hooked up here as well. All right, yeah, now we're flapping. And the reason we're flapping is that when... Here, let's turn that off. This ends up requesting, you know, whatever, a bajillion advanced small parts, and then we lose the request for the biomass power plant, like, in that noise. So we do need to latch this, which is what I thought. So what we need to be able to do is take the output of this and latch it to... I need to move some of this stuff around, is what I need to do. I want to separate better what needs to be global logic from what needs to be per module logic, and I don't feel like I have a clean separation of those things right now. And I also want to rebuild this a little more compactly. So let's build this one more time. I know this will be like the third time we've done this, but... Some of those better things can't be made in automated factories. Yeah. But, like, we'll make modules that use other types of assemblers. That's easy enough. All right. So this one's going to be the recipe reader. And it needs to be what? Red from one of these and green to this. Okay. Red. Green. This will be red from this one. This will be our input. And input will come on the red signal on this pole. And that also needs to feed this one. And then our input is just here. And I'm going to say we want, for now, whatever, doesn't matter. I'm going to use biomass power plants as my... All right. So yeah, this is saying... Oh, and I got to copy the... And then this requester chest is literally just my stand-in until I get Logi warehousing done and I can make this one. So let's do that like that. So this is our requests, our total requested items for this whole system. And this is... What are you? This needs to be... What's currently, yeah. So we're requesting this much, which is minus this and this. Okay. And then if this minus the contents of the logistics network is positive, I want to push all of this into a latch. And here's the magic trick. If we take the output of this, let me grab another arithmetic combinator. If we take this, and we do each plus 1, output each, and then this gets fed as this is what we're going to request in the latch. We're going to request 1 extra of everything. And what that means is that as long as our selection model says, and I need to figure out when and how we latch this, and I think there's going to be like some stages to each of these, right? God, I wish I had a third signal right now, and I don't, and that's gonna be frustrating. I don't want each of these to have a roboport, but each of these might have to have a roboport. All right. I'm gonna do it. Low power? What do you mean low power? What do you mean low power? That's a lie. It's just not... Okay, it's just recharging. It's just recharging. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, the internal buffer. I'm just surprised that that shows up as the same, like, low power icon as something not getting enough power, because they're very different problems. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to take our requests here, our full request amount, and read contents. Yeah, we take red each minus green each, output each. And then if any of these are non-zero, then instead of latching our input so that we craft these 10 machines, we instead want to latch our we instead want to latch our... Would comment on combinators, what does what, because I will forget. Yeah. I'm still... All right, so this is... You're right. Request input diode. And those are identical. This is input amount make generic. This is compute total input item quantities. This is increment requested quantities for to prioritize ahead of initial requested item. You are negate in use items from requests. Okay. So yeah, this takes what's available in logistics and subtracts that from this and outputs, well, nothing because it's not powered. Yeah, outputs some negative numbers. I don't care. And then if any of these are greater than 0, we need to make them available. So that's a decider. Okay. And yeah, for each thing that's greater than 0, output it. And then we actually need 2 of these things. Well, sort of. So my thought is that each of these modules is going to have an ID, and on this red thing, we're going to have a... So at our, like, main logic section where we decide what we want to craft, we're going to output red to all of these crafters. And then we will, when it is their turn, we'll also have some like ID number that needs to come along on red as well, and maybe I should add that now. What are we going to use for our crafter ID number? I'll call it alpha. Sure. Don't care. And alpha here is 1 because this is going to be crafter module 1. So what this is going to say, and alpha is 1. Okay. And then this outputs back here, and the selection latch signal is basically going to take this in, right? And it says, oh, we got something back. That means that this didn't latch a request, and we need to instead latch in whatever it gave us back as, like, dependencies that need to be crafted, and then tell it to try again, basically. Tell it to pick something else from the selector combinator. Except that I'm not completely sure this is right. And then this needs to go through the incrementer. Right. So it actually needs to be like that? Not quite. How did this end up with 11? Oh. Of course. I need to filter alpha out of this signal here now. That's easy. This is going to be green number minus red alpha output number. All right. Now we're requesting 10 of everything again. No. There we go. Now we're requesting 10 of everything. And by the time we get through this, we're requesting 11x. And that, again, requesting the one extra of all the inputs is what lets the system decide that that these inputs need to be prioritized above this request. So then, and like, this is going to cause some extras of some of those intermediates to be built, and I understand that, and I don't care, to be clear. I'm deciding to do that to simplify this process. What I could do, if I wanted to, is to let this thing no, that's too much work. All right. So as long as this thing has alpha coming through, it's gonna be running all of this logic up to here. And when alpha is not 2, then we need it to latch its input, and then the latched version is what will feed this thing. So let's get... do I remember how to do a simple latch in Factorio? We'll find out. Let's see. Decider combinator, please. Decider combinator. All right. So when alpha is 1, we output everything input count, right? So if we hook that up here, this is outputting what we want. So this is the one that, like, these follow. Except not. There we go. Those are the one that those follow. And then I think I want, like, except I'm actually going to change all of this to green. And that one as well. And everything is sad, probably because I hard-coded some stuff to red. No. Yes. There we go. I think that's doing what we want now. Is our output all correct? Our output is correct. And then this is like the if alpha does not equal 1, output everything, but you're a latch. Nope. Oh, because that's what we want. Except we're latching alpha here. Okay, I need to filter alpha out before I latch that part. And then recombine where I need it, the filtered signal with the... Okay. Let's disconnect... Oh, God. Let's disconnect a bunch of stuff. All right. So this is all fine. Except that I really want to pull alpha out of here. Okay. So that's... And that'll also let me fix some of this logic. I won't need this errant alpha remover anymore, I don't think. I think we'll be able to just use this thing on its own. Okay. So let's think about this again. So we're going to have... 2 decider combinators, which are going to be like this configuration. One of them says if alpha is 1, which is what this station is, output everything. And this one says that if alpha is not 1, output everything. And this one has its input hooked up to its output. So as soon as alpha swaps, this will do other things. But these need to have green on them. And you only output from red, and you will only output from red. Okay. So if I grab... So if I just throw an arithmetic combinator on here, right, we want each signal times 1 output to each, right? And that's just outputting everything. And alpha's climbing because why? Oh, because alpha was immediately not... Okay, that's what happened. And yeah, this is why we need to filter alpha out, because it gets sad and confused very quickly. And this is just alpha times -1 output alpha. So now we have no alpha on green here. Nope. Okay, so green is what we want to be the... No, this shouldn't be green. This one needs to be red. Right? Red is everything that is... here. And then green is where we're actually going to output alpha from. Which is here. And that's just alpha times 1, not signal 1, number 1. Output alpha. Okay. So these have alpha, green. If alpha does not equal 1, output your inputs, yeah. Except this needs to be not here. This needs to go to this one. Okay. Okay. So I have alpha here, and I have my actual signal that I care about here. And then this goes like this. And we've got all of our requests. This is set. I think the only thing I want to change is I want this one to only have a recipe when it's latched. And then on top of all this, we have another condition. Which is we don't want any of this logic to run until the thing we're crafting is done. Or we run out of input items because they got snagged by other builds and we have to, like, you know, build more stuff. But, okay. Progress is being made. I'm so bad at combinators. I know I've said that a few times already, but, like, I'm really bad at this. I've been very tempted on multiple occasions to find, like, a programmable combinator, thing. Okay, let's clear... So, like, is this gonna work? If I change alpha to 2... everything does work. Our requests stay the same. Yeah, I need to latch it. Exactly. So right now, this is working as a... I never remember the difference between a latch and a flip-flop, but it's not clocked, right? So whenever alpha is 1, and that says, hey, this factory is allowed to run its logic. And then alpha will be 2, and that'll say the next module is allowed to run its logic, and so on and so forth. So this is free running as soon as whenever alpha is 1. When alpha goes to 0, we latch our request. But what we want to say is that if we have a non-zero request on green, if there's something on this signal, then we want to, like, mask our input alpha so that we don't even try to run. So it's like if this green signal, if there's anything on it, and this signal, yeah, this green signal, which could be a red signal, is 0. So if both of these are 0, don't run the logic, because that means we have a latched recipe, and that recipe has all of its ingredients available. Therefore, keep running. Otherwise, we let this run whenever the master clock says, hey, it's time for this module to pick a recipe. You know, however often we let that tick through all the modules. And this is getting really messy again, and that's annoying. All right. But we're making progress of some sort. So what does this say? Input times... Okay. So, like, all of this logic here is about trying to separate alpha and the rest of our inputs into separate signals. You can also latch assembler when it's working. Right, so that's basically what I'm doing, is I'm saying, hey, if we have... And I'm doing it based on the recipe logic, not based on, like, assembler is crafting or whatever. But that's what I want to do, is I want to say, you know, this will be selected. We'll get alpha equals 1, because this is module 1. That will then... cause all of this to run, and it will latch, as soon as alpha changes to something else, it'll latch its recipe. So, like, we've latched our recipe here because alpha, and I should be able to change this. If I say, oh, we have a bigger recipe, I want 30 high-pressure turbines. Yeah, none of this changes. Everything in here is still based on signal for the 10 things. So that's correct. But when I change alpha to 1, all of this is going to update, and now we're based on, well, now we're based on the high-pressure turbines, and then when I change alpha again, it latches. But what we want to say is, even if I change this, and I say, actually, I want a bunch of VOTs, you know, this red signal is coming from ultimately a selector combinator that's just like, what's the thing we need the most of right now? And I don't want this to flip-flop just because something else came in that needs crafting. I want it to finish its current job because there's going to be inputs buffered in the requester warehouse, etc., etc. So I need effectively here on these logic where I'm using the alpha signal, I need to be using a different signal, and I need that signal to be based off of, yes, this signal is alpha, and also this signal is less than or equal to 0. And this signal is less than or equal to 0. So one of the things that I need to do is this. Read hand content pulse times -1. And that gets fed into the latch. So every time an item is completed, we subtract it from our latch. So as long as this is non-zero and the items we need is non... Okay. Yeah. I got this. So if I take a decider combinator here, and we hook up green here, red here, and we want, if everything is less than or equal to 0, then, or here, and yeah, no. We don't need an and. If everything is less than or equal to 0, we output alpha. No, I don't want to use alpha. I want to use a different indicator. Beta. I just don't care. All right, so this outputs beta. And then rather than outputting alpha here, can I just do it here as alpha times beta? So now we're getting alpha 0, which means we're latched. Why are we latched? Because this has a value. Wait, that's... I'm doing something backwards. Okay, so the conditions for when we want to run are... Oh, yeah. That's opposite. It's opposite. Red is less than or equal to 0, or green is greater than 0. Right? And what that says is either we've crafted all of our devices and red has gone down to 0, or we're requesting things from... We're requesting more from the network than is currently available. In which case we output beta, and then that forwards alpha. So what should happen is if I set alpha to 1 here, this is going to recompute. It's... Why? Oh, probably this can't be built in a... Oh, I don't have VOT Mark IIs available. That's why. Okay. Let's choose something that we can actually build. Biomass power plant Mark IIs. Okay. So that's fine. And that goes through, and when we select the next machine, it'll run, and it'll say, hey, we are trying to make 10 of these. And then, yeah, alpha's been set to 2, so it's latched. But it's gonna say, the next time it's selected, it's gonna say, oh, I've got stuff. And I don't want to... I've got requests that can't be fulfilled, so I can't continue this craft, is what it's gonna say. But if it doesn't have requests that can't be fulfilled, then what should happen is even if we set another request for something, because it thinks that all of its inputs are available, it should stay latched. And it did. Everything stayed latched. Because alpha's filtered here. Because we don't have a beta, and we don't have a beta because we don't have either of the conditions that cause us to select a new recipe, which is either completion or... Okay. But then if we bring back beta... Yeah. We unlatch and we move on. So now... what do we need to do for all of this? I think one of the things I need to do is that whatever is latched does need to go back to... and this is where I think I need to change our input logic a little bit. Because I was originally going to have this be a selector combinator, but I think we actually need to have a selector combinator on each of these. And the reason for that is that what I want is for this to output whatever it's... You feel I'm making it a bit complicated? I am making it a bit complicated, but I want it to work the way I want it to work. The problem is we have all these highly recursive recipes, and I need to be able to say... well, I want it to do two things. One, I don't want it to change recipes if it's in the middle of making one thing. I want it to stick to what it's doing until that request is fulfilled. Two, I want it to be able to pivot away and do something else if it doesn't have inputs. And all of this is in service of those two goals, which would be really, really easy to encode in code, but are a pain in the butt to do with combinators. But what I want here is... basically this to get fed back to the network. Oh, except that needs to be after we filter alpha. Ugh. So is that... yeah, it's this red signal in. Nope. There. Okay, that's the one that needs the selector combinator. Oh boy, what did you tune into today? Welcome to Brandon is bad at combinators. All right. Now if we add another request... here. Where are we at? What is our state currently? Our state is that we've latched this request for 10 high-pressure steam turbines. If I then want to request 20 biomass power plants, what's it going to do? Right now, what it's going to do is it should be able to say, I don't have all of the inputs for the steam turbines, therefore, when it's my turn to pick a new recipe, I will choose a new higher priority recipe. And that new higher priority recipe is going to be biomass power plants. So we say it's your turn to choose a recipe. And everything switches over to biomass power plants, and we're good. And then we move on to others, and it gets latched, and we start making biomass power plants. And we're feeding all of the right requests to our requesters. Yes. That's fine. And if I did this again, it would... well, it would choose biomass power plants again because we're not latching the unmet requirements anywhere because that needs to happen in, like, the center logic. What are the... And then... But if I say, hey, actually, all of your requirements are met. You're totally happy. You can keep making biomass power plants. Then even if, like, 30 of these come in, and then it's your turn, yeah, you don't change. You don't change at all. If I remove those, you still don't change. And then if I say, hey, actually, you built all your stuff, you're good. Now it should latch again. Other than... Why did this one get an output right away? So something just went wrong there. How did this end up with the biomass power plant? Okay, something's wrong when it latches from 0. Shoot. What are my machines / goals? I'm trying to do a make anything machine, and my 2 requirements that I set for myself are... I don't want a module to change recipes when it's in the middle of crafting something. Like, I want it to finish out whatever that batch of things is. If it got a request for 10 biomass power plants, it's making 10. And the other requirement is I want them to be able to change their recipes when their inputs are unmet. Because Pi has these, like, long chains of buildings, built using buildings, built using buildings. I don't want to have dozens of make-anything machines because they're all blocked on needing another one to do something first. So I want them to be able to say, my inputs are unavailable on the logistics network. I'm going to pick up a different piece of work. Those are the goals. And this would be a few lines of code if I had access to any reasonable way of doing this. And with combinators and trying to filter combinator signals. And I'm bad at combinators, I will readily admit. Do I want it to exclusively do batches of the... So my thought would be that basically if it needs precursors... So the goal is to be able to say that, like, I don't want necessarily the single machine to... And maybe it would be easier if it cycles on every craft. I'd prefer that what it be able to do is say, like, oh, to make these, you know, we have all of our precursors, and, well, this is a bad example because most of these should be brought in from Rails anyway. But, like, we're gonna have... How did we end up with number sign 400? Ooh, boy, something is screwed up. Okay. You know, we're gonna have... It's gonna say, oh, we need 20 biomass power plants and 400 engine units, or whatever. Those should get latched, and then it should be possible for 2 modules to, like, start taking on those requests simultaneously, right? Right, and that's why I'm trying not to cycle every craft. I want it to be able to do batches, and my thought was that if I can, again, if I could take the missing prerequisites and just latch those into the system as if they were another request, like, in parallel with the Logi network, then the whole array of MAMs can handle working on the prerequisites, right? So ideally, as far as these modules are concerned, once it decides, oh, I need prerequisites, one advantage of being lazy is that precursor items almost always show up first in circuits. Yes. That's what... oh, this is all screwed up. I got some wires crossed, and this is all wrong now. But, like, because, you know, you need at least one of every input to do a craft, you can say, you know, in vanilla, you basically just need 2 buckets, right? In Pi, you know, you can potentially have chains of building crafts that are several layers deep, right? And that complicates things. I know what I need to do, and I've been working on getting bits and pieces of this working piecemeal. I definitely got some wires crossed, and I'm not sure if these are all about the order things show up in the circuit network. I want to avoid relying on that if I can. Like, we can use selector combinators if we need to. We can use, you know, selector combinators and latches so that we can hopefully avoid relying on that, the order of things in the network. Because I don't know if I trust that. To be honest. It's a little too much magic for my tastes. But I think... How did I end up with a 20 here? Oh, because we're making 20 of these. It's actually right. Okay, never mind. So other than the fact that this is... No, this is actually right. And then when we latch this, will we be okay? All right, this might be fine. This might be in a fine state. I thought I had gotten this into a weird state. Do I have an arbitrarily extensible latch? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like being able to just feed arbitrary new items or new signals into it and have them added to... Probably easiest to throw the string on the Discord. Yeah, I might not look at it yet. I'm trying to work through most of the big problems myself on this project. So I might avoid looking at that until the end. But like what I need at the brain side is... It's a combinator golf solution, yeah. At the brain side of this, the central side, what we're going to have is our set of inputs to what needs to be built. And that is obviously a logistics requests. It could be, you know, I can say I want to keep a certain number of certain things available, but that should all be logistics requests. And then the other side of it is like the stuff that needs to be made as prerequisites that get like latched in. Can handle arbitrary latch unlatched thresholds in either direction. Okay. I think this part is working. I think this part will do what I want as long as it gets the right control signals, and it will export the signals that I need, and I can start working on the center brain now. I'm not totally sure, but I think. I also definitely need to rebuild this in a way that's like blueprintable, that can have like signals. Because I have some hard-coded magic numbers in some of these combinators, and that's bad. All right, I've run out of times. Twitch will let me hit the snooze button on ads while I'm thinking through this. So I'm going to let the ad break run, and when we come back, I might rebuild this chunk one more time, and then we'll go from that into maybe trying to do the central logic. All right, I'll see everybody in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. I do want to dive back into what I was working on up there, but also I realized that the part of the mall that's not the bot mall is totally broken for a couple of reasons. One, I forgot some inserter filters. So that's cool. You know what? I might just do this. And then this is broken because... Oh, because I missed that. Oh, and also that pipe is wrong. So that's cool. Oh. And that was enough for that train to actually get out of here. Not enough to clear this pipe, though, until I actually get the smelter and let this turn on. Which is fair enough. Okay. So... going back to the beginning, again, and working with sort of all of the different parts of this and how I know they need to come together, let us begin. So we're going to have... coming into each module, a control signal on red. That is this combinator here for now. That combinator is everything that is currently being requested of the Make Anything machine. So we'll pick some arbitrary things that could go in it. We want 30 rail signals, 20 biomass power plants, and I don't know, some reproductive complexes. And that's also this signal alpha. Alpha is which module is currently selected to choose a craft. Somewhat arbitrarily, I chose alpha for that. So coming in on this red signal, the first thing I need to do is I need to split. Yeah, okay, so this is just a diode. And that's fine. We'll have a diode coming in. And I will add description. This is input diode from main control line. All right. So we have a diode coming in, and then on the output of that, we're going to have a little bit of extra logic here. And that is we filter alpha out here. So this should now be the signal without alpha. This outputs alpha times beta. And what this is here. This is what? Filter alpha from inputs. And then after that, we have a selector combinator. And that is choose craft based on largest batch size. This right now takes alpha in and takes in a signal beta. The signal beta says that the module, so alpha is saying the control circuitry, the brain, says that it's time for this module to choose a craft. Beta says this module wants a new craft. And we will add the logic for determining beta later. Let me get power up here. Okay. So the output of this should be, oh boy, wrong is the answer. Why? Because that's wrong. Because that should be like that. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is all of our potential inputs, or all of the potential things to craft. And we choose the largest batch size. This says only allow you know what? I think I'm going to make this a decider combinator. And we're going to make this a decider combinator because I want to make sure that I can set this up as a module that I can easily, like, think about modifying. So one of the things that it's going to have is a constant combinator that specifies its own ID number. Right here. And that will be on the green signal in. Actually, let's not do that. Let's do each of these two there. Okay. So this is going to have a signal that needs to be its own ID number, which we will call omega. And in this case, omega is 1. So our conditions are that green omega equals red alpha and green beta does not equal 0. And our output count will be, I'm going to use the check mark. And the check mark just means that, yes, we want to update our latch. And as long as the check mark is checked, we will try to update our latch. Our latch is these guys. And the only difference is we're going to switch this over to check mark instead of alpha. And then the selection goes into the floating input, and the green comes through to both of those there. So the output on the red wire here is going to be Yeah, in this case, it's not selecting anything because we don't have a beta signal yet. We haven't gotten that far. And that's okay. We'll get there. We're going to have two, like, these guys here. We're going to have all of this here. So, yeah. This signal, I need to run through, I think, a couple of diodes, right? Yes, because this reads ingredients, so it needs a diode. And that's this diode. This is selected craft to ingredient calculation diode. Sleepy time for you? All right, thanks for dropping by. Nope, that's not green. That needs to be red. Oh my god. And that comes to this. So this will set its input. Set recipe. Read content. No. Read ingredients on this one. This one's read ingredients. This one is set recipe and read contents. Actually, here, I should just right click, left click. There we go. So this one will now set its recipe based on whatever this latch is doing. And this latch is floating whenever this system is selected, whenever alpha matches omega in this combinator. This one, we only want to set a recipe when it's actually latched. So we do need another diode. But in this case, we'll take green off of just the latch half, not the floating half. And this one is selected craft to production diode. And again, we'll take that as a red signal to here. This one will read contents, including in crafting, and set its recipe. So that is, I think, all the input stuff. Now here's where it gets fun. We're going to have an output. We'll do an output inserter here and our output active provider here. And we're going to use another arithmetic combinator. This part is identical to what was there before. This guy is decrement requested craft count when item is outserted. So that's this, which is read hand content pulse, and that goes into the latch. So every time this outserts an item, this decrements. That part I think is good. Now I need this. This is my stand-in for this. So this thing is set to read ingredients. All right, so I need our genericizer, which is this guy and this guy. Yeah, these two things I think can come right in as they are. So this takes whatever our latched item is and its quantity. We output that amount as number, and then we multiply that by all of our inputs on green. And this is our requests. Really? I have no requester chests? Okay. So then that goes to this, and, well, to this one. And I need to get this in range of a RoboPort to make it happy. Each of these modules is going to end up having its own RoboPort, because I think I need a RoboPort in or out from it, but that's okay. Okay. So now this is going to get... This is set to set requests, and it gets them from this output here. We still have not tried to set beta, by the way. And beta we can set, I think, now. Because what I want to say is we have these requests here. And let's see, that's this combinator. Yeah, red minus green output each, which I did not add a description for. But red minus green, and this is read logistic network contents, yes. And this description is compute ingredients that are not available on the network. And then what we want to say is we compute beta here from ingredients being available on the network, so that's green. If anything is greater than 0 there, then, sorry, ingredients being unavailable on the network. If anything is greater than 0, those ingredients are not available on the network, and that means that we cannot do this craft. We have to do something else. And then for the other input, the red, that's this signal. That's our latched signal. And what that says is if our selected... If we've output enough stuff that we've gotten this number down to 0, then we want to choose a new one because we're done. And then we need to feed that into this machine here. There we go. And now this, yeah, that set beta, which set check. Check says we let our inputs float, so now we picked rail signals because those are the highest one. The most requests. If I had more requests for something else, flora collectors, yeah, it would float to flora collectors. That is good. That is progress. So the next thing then is when alpha, and what we should see is that we do have a bunch of stuff that's on this signal, right? The things that are not satisfied is coming out of this. And this needs to be thrown back into this network, although I want to filter this to just the positive things, because negative things are not useful. Is that a decider combinator? Can I do that with a decider combinator? Right, I can do like a for each greater than 0 output each at input count. Does that work? Yes. Add description. Send any unfulfilled prereqs back to the brain to be latched as additional crafts. Curious what I think of the Omni latch. I will. I can't promise I will understand it, but I will definitely take a look at it a little bit once I kind of. All right, so I think I've reproduced all of this logic here. I don't know if it's any more compact or any easier to follow, but I do know at least that I can now update just this one combinator when I. I thought I had some more stuff that ended up depending on alpha, but I guess not. It's the you know because you built it problem. Yes, exactly. All right, so on here, yeah, we have our inputs, and then we're sending a bunch of things back to the brain, and the brain will need to decide which of these things coming back are worth latching in. And, like, we're going to have filters on what we send to the MAM. Good luck with the rat's nest. Thank you. I appreciate it. I got to decide. Yeah, we have to have logic anyway, because anything that we're making, like, down here... Oh, I need to filter these to shoot circuits. Ah! Lovely. Yeah, we got more. That's what I was afraid of. That we would have just gotten a bunch of small parts delivered. All right, well, we'll let these guys run and clear out. There's not a lot I can do. Those ones should be circuits. These ones should be circuits. Those ones shouldn't be. So yeah, as soon as this side of this belt gets cleared out by these guys, we can finish turning all this stuff back. What is going on? Oh, the aluminum. I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, let's just how much excess was there? I mean, we got a couple thousand, maybe? All right. As long as that didn't drop below the threshold where it tried to dispatch another aluminum train. I don't think it did. Cool. So we've got iron. We've got pipes to ground. Oh, excellent. We got pipes. We've got... Well, we don't have duralumin going through yet. All right, let's finish clearing circuits off of these belts. Oh, nope, those ones should be circuits. These ones shouldn't be. Let's see, what can we do as far as getting stuff back into here? Not a lot. I guess what I should do, I should set the request threshold for this lower, is what I should do. Because if I'm going to make these all buffer chests, then I want space again for the bots to return items. So we don't want the trains keeping this like totally full. We want the trains keeping it like half full. And then that should leave plenty of space in there over time as it empties for me to drop all this stuff in. Yeah, all of this is going to take a while, obviously, to buffer up. I can make a second belt factory if I need to. But, like, cool. All right, back to the noodles. So, I think this part works. I think this part will correctly say when it gets the right input signals, it'll choose a recipe, it'll craft that until it's done, and then it'll be done. This signal needs to get to here. All right, so that's like this to that one. I think that's fine. Because that'll be the same thing here, right? Is that the set requests. Oh, no. That's fine. Yeah, this is just set requests. This is set requests from here. Oh, and then it connects from this one back up to here. Okay, yeah. That was the connection. Okay. Now, so what's our current input to the system? Yeah, alpha is 1, and this system is 1. So it's currently floating. It's choosing a recipe. And it's going to end up choosing this because there's nothing else it can choose. Well, it's going to end up choosing this because there's no larger number of requests. But the green output does have all of the larger numbers of requests, right? We have, 100 of various things. And that needs to go to actually one more combinator, which is one more arithmetic combinator. And this one just adds 1. And that way we always make sure that our prerequisites will get sorted before us as soon as they're latched, right? That's what we were talking about before. Because we're making one more. We're making an extra. And that'll just get thrown into logistics storage, and the next time there's a request for stuff, it'll get requested, or it'll get used. It's fine. All right, something I want to check as far as Logi stuff goes, if I do this, and I put, I don't know, 9 lamps, and I request lamp. And we grab, I guess, this thing. So we should see that our output here is minus 9 lamps. Right, or our input is 9 lamps because there's 9 available on the network. What I'm curious about is if I grab another one of these and I set you to read requests, 41 lamp. Okay, that's what I thought, and that's what I wanted. Just double checking. So what I need now at the control sort of logic is we need 2 parts. One is we need a counter, and I'm probably going to pull that from the wiki and not try to figure that out myself. But that needs to, every so many ticks, we increment alpha, right? And that'll tell us that we're selecting the next module, the next module, the next module. These should be, like, tileable, like, pretty well. Yeah, I mean, they're not super dense, but I don't really care. So yes, we will be able to tile those easily. And then, yeah, so 2 parts at the central brain. One of them is the counter, and I need to figure out, and this is where I'm honestly not sure. I need to figure out how many game ticks it takes this system to, like, settle, because that's a thing. And then we also need the logic that says whatever is on green, when the counter increments, or when some other event fires that then causes the counter to increment, which I think is the way we'll do it, we need to take all of this that's on green plus whatever was already on green and output it. And then we also need a way to, like, eventually remove things from those requests, or else they're gonna get... Yeah, and this is the hard part, and this is the part that I didn't ever really figure out in my head before when I was thinking about this a long time ago, is... like, we can latch the requests readily enough on some event, but then how do we make sure that we make enough? And maybe what we do is we just say, like, for each request that has come in on the green wire, once the number in logistics storage is greater than or equal to that number, we remove it. That's an easy thing to do. Yeah, and that doesn't take too much craziness to do that, I don't think. Cool. So let's work on the brain. Let's pull a little further away from all this so I have some space to work. Let's get rid of this, which I guess just caused this to latch, but that's fine. Don't really care. All right. So one part of our request system is actually really easy, and that's a roboport, which is set to read requests. Except it doesn't go directly into here. It needs to go through, like, the filter. What is the filter? The filter is everything that we don't want this system to make. Or maybe it should be a whitelist. Maybe that's the better thing, is an allow list rather than a deny list. Because, like, if it's an allow list, like, it's easy enough for me to update it and say, oh, we need to be able to make that in the MAM. Rather than the deny list, which will probably break. Let's be honest. That's a cybernetic combinator. Arithmetic combinator. So, like, read requests. Each green times each red, output each. So right now this is 0. But if I say that you're allowed to make soil extractors, and those might be something we don't want the MAM to make. But, like, now we've got soil extractors on the output. Cool. That's easy. And then the other input that will also be on this red is the output of our latch from green, right? So that's each time one of these guys tries to pick a recipe and fails, it will send back, like, hey, we need all of this other stuff in order to be able to do that recipe. I do think I need one more bit of logic here, which is like, the input to this latch from here. Yeah. I need to think about how I'm tying these ones all together, because I think I want one more filter where, like, I don't want to latch into this machine. And honestly, I don't want to make the requests available either. All right, I need to do a couple more thoughts on this. And that's probably going to need to constitute a rebuild. And the other reason to rebuild this is I need to think about my, how many ticks it takes to propagate through one of these, because that's going to set the speed of my clock at, like, main logic. All right, so this combinator is things the ma'am is allowed to make. That's an easy combinator to update. Okay. So now, if I do go ahead and output alpha as 1, nothing's happening. Why? Oh, I know why. Because our request was coming from this. Yeah, okay. That's... Yeah, okay, so that is important. We want to make sure this requester chest is not set until this is latched. And then... all right. Yeah, I'm missing a couple of steps in this. Around when this can latch. And also when... these get their requests, which will be this one eventually. Just right now it is this one because I don't have another requester chest. I guess I could make a requester warehouse at this point. I have them unlocked. I just need some complex circuit boards. Do I want to do that? Do I want to make a few of the various... How many boards do we have sitting around? Oh, we have a few stacks, yeah. Let's do that. Let's wander down. Let's grab some red chips. And that way I can make a few of the actual logistics warehouses that I need. And then we can go back to fighting combinators. Because the final design of that whole thing is going to be easier to work out, and all the final, like, circuit routing will be easier to work out if I have some of these guys. So yeah, this won't run until I do this, but cool. Yeah. The new mall is mauling. Don't build that there. This is old. All right, so we don't need this one anymore. But I don't want this to actually set its requests until... Oh, I'm missing a couple of things, actually. One, we need to read what's included in craft, what's in this, and not request it. And two, we need to make sure that we only dispatch those requests when we have a latched recipe. Because we don't want to dispatch the requests until our recipe is updated. I also think that means that everything that's like red here, which is either the floating recipe or the latched recipe, might need to change. And specifically, like... I want the latched recipe to... Oh man, my brain is mush. I've been doing combinators for 4 hours, chat. This is... What do I want here? Let's do the easy part first. The easy part is if we have any signal on green here, we have a latched recipe. And... we want that latched recipe... This can't go here. So we need an arithmetic combinator. I'm running out of space in here. So this is the easy part. This is red minus green. Read contents in crafting. Red is what comes here, and then we feed it out to here to set requests. So what we're saying is our requests automatically subtract what it's already in this machine. Easy, done. The next thing is that I really want a decider combinator on here. And that is easy to do as well. Such that... Yeah, this signal, the latched recipe, and this signal here, if there is a latched recipe on green, output everything from red. And what that says is if we have a latched signal, then you can update your requests. So if I put something on red here, if I just say we want 5 reproductive complexes. Those should be fed here. Good. We figure out how many ingredients we need. Good. And we should be pushing those ingredients back on green. Yes. We're saying we cannot make these reproductive complexes because we don't have the inputs available. And it's telling the brain what those inputs are. And it should decide not to latch this, but I haven't figured out the logic for that yet. So it will latch this if we say, you're no longer the active one, stop doing your logic, start crafting. It'll latch this. And this did not get its... Oh, output each. There we go. All right, yeah, and this is saying request everything because... Now if we reset the whole thing... All right, let's try that again, because there was a logic bug. Request a reproductive complex. Good, requests are not set. And then latch it by moving to the next module. Now requests are set. Okay. Perfect. That part is working. The next part is that I really want this part. So I think it's this connection here. Which is going crazy right now. And I'm not sure why. I'm not sure which part is relying on... Ah, it's this. All right, see if we could figure out which combinators are flapping and why. So this is gaining and losing its check mark constantly. Why? Because we're gaining and losing beta constantly. Because... Oh, well, that's not right. Wait a second. Let's get back to this. This connects here, which is this output. I want this to connect to here instead of to here, which does nothing. This one also... Wait, what does this do? This is the decrement when we craft. All right, this one should connect to here. And it does. Okay. And now I should be able to disconnect those. No, I can't. What else is on this network? It's 141,998. Because this is outputting nothing, right? So it's only a matter of, like, which... All right. That doesn't make it flicker. Okay, so this is flickering, and that's expected. But if we connect it to here, it's still flickering. Why? And that stops it. But why? Because it's not latched. This combinator's not outputting anything. Oh, this. It's this one. Okay, found it. Now we should be able to disconnect those two. Okay, good. So now what we have is two things. We have this system here. This combinator says, what does this say? Enable to process, no. Process new item if enabled. Okay. And then I need, I think, one more decider combinator in between here. And what this is going to do is this is going to say that if, honestly, this signal if everything on green is less than or equal to 0, then output everything from red. Cool. So now, what should happen is when I switch this to 2, we're not going to latch. Correct. And this whole thing just shuts down. Because we no longer forward... These two halves used to be connected, the latch and the, like, input filter, and now they're only connected through this decider. So this has to be able to decide, like... And then if we go back to this one, and if we... Oh, nope, and we're flopping. Cool. Why are we flopping again? Still not happy. You were just happy. I mean, it's because green check mark is flopping. Okay, and that still stabilizes it, which means that there's still something else that's pulling from, like... And what's interesting is when I remove that afterwards, it remains stable. So something is stopping it from, like, latching the green check. Oh, and it makes sense. It makes sense, because this has the beta and... But this one actually shouldn't depend on beta anymore. This one should only depend on omega and alpha, right? And this one depends on... Okay. Yes. I think that's our issue. Is that these two now need to have different latch requirements. No. No. That's wrong. We do still depend on beta. Okay, this is on the wrong... This is on the wrong one. This is on the wrong one. Okay. This one needs to hook to here instead of here. I think. And that's like the same. Wait, is that right? Yes. Yeah. Because I think what was happening was this was flapping on whether or not we had an item, quote unquote, latched. Except it wasn't on the latched side of the world. It was on the unlatched side that was following, like... So now if we latch, we should latch nothing. Yes. Now we can say, go back to tracking. Nope, and we're flopping. Okay. I might have to rebuild this from scratch again, because I have no idea where I have a misconnection, where something is relying on the wrong state. It's ad break time again. I'm going to let the ad run. I'm going to step away, stretch my legs, get a little bit more water. I recommend everyone else do the same. And when we are back from the ad break, we are going to keep fighting combinators, because apparently that's my life now. I'll see everybody shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for hanging out through the break. I appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Except this time, we're doing two things differently. One, I'm going to flow all of my combinators in one direction, because I still need to know how many ticks does it take for this whole thing to, like, process? And then hopefully that will also help us get all of our data or our bugs worked out. So maybe the last rebuild. I hope the last rebuild. All right. This one will be module number 2. So this is already different, which is a good sign. We don't need this, and we don't necessarily want to use the green check mark. I'm going to use the green check mark for now, though. So what this says is this the active module? Okay. And we get that from red alpha matching green omega. Filter alpha from inputs. Yeah, we need this still. And then we also have an input diode. Yeah, this one. All right, and that gives us our input without alpha, basically. That feeds a selector combinator. Okay. Cool. So that's saying this is what we want to craft. Or it is what we would choose to craft if we were going to pick a new thing to craft. So now we need to figure out when do we either need to send that signal to yeah, okay. So we either need to send this signal to the first crafter, or it needs to be a different signal. And this is where so yeah, if we are the selected combinator and there is nothing currently being crafted, okay, then we can forward this signal to this machine. So that's a decider combinator, for sure. So we're looking for if the green check... Actually, you know what? Let's do 2 decider combinators, because I have the ticks for it anyway, and it'll simplify things. So we're going to do another decider combinator here. And this one is going to be an and. If we have the green check on green and on red, we have nothing. Automall time indeed. And if we have, yeah, we need, well, red will be whatever is currently latched into the system, and we haven't gotten that far yet. And then we'll have another decider combinator here. green. And then this will say, if we get a check mark, then output, sorry, this needs to output a check mark because that's just forwarding the OK condition. Then output everything from red. Oh, and you need power. Okay. And we're going to need another one of these, which is... which I can put here. It's actually a shorter logic path, but that's fine. It's just the opposite. If our check mark less than or equal to 0, output everything from, well, from red, which we don't have. All right, and these two together are what set the recipe here. And this is the crafter that determines what our ingredients are. So this is either going to be set, based on this logic, we say, if the currently selected module is us, then if the if there isn't a currently latched recipe, yeah, if we're the currently selected module and there's no currently selected recipe, we output whatever the selector combinator says should be our next choice for thing to craft. Otherwise, we output whatever the currently selected recipe is. And that's the red signal on this pole is currently latched recipe for this module. I'm happy with that. That's good so far. So now what we need to do is we need to feed all of this into, I mean, it's this guy, right? It's the make generic, right? Output singles 1.1K. Oh, right. I need a diode there. Not that diode. This guy's like this diode, I think. There we go. Now we're outputting our request to here. And that needs to go through an arithmetic combinator. Hopefully relaying all of this out this way will help me figure out the logic a little more cleanly. I hope. All right, so we have our generic here and all of our ingredients here. And what we're saying is red number of items times each item on green, output each item. And that's 1 right now, but if we were requesting more than 1... Here, let's actually do it. All right. So yes, this is properly figuring out what we would need in order to complete our current request, which again is either coming from... Yeah. It's either coming from this network or it's our currently already latched recipe. So, and that's our total requested items. This is where we need a RoboPort. The RoboPort will read... Here, we need another arithmetic combinator. Each signal on red minus each signal on green. Output... Oh no, I just did the wrong thing. I changed the wrong combinator. Yep, okay, that's correct. And then this one. Read contents. We want each signal on red minus signals on green. Output each. And what this is going to give us is... And let me actually throw a decider combinator in front of that. All right. What this is giving us is everything that we are missing in order to be able to craft this. This feeds right back out of this system. All right, so we're at like 7 ticks so far before this gets feedback, which is fine. Honestly, if we incremented these once a second and only reassigned each, like, MAM module once a second, it would probably be fine. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to decide if we're latching anything onto this red signal. And the thing that we'll do is we're just going to use a normal... I want this signal, and I need to be careful with how I get it out. Or I think I want this signal anyway. Think about that for a second. So we don't want to update this until... Oh, here, let's get this piece. So this outputs its input count whenever it's not being told to not. Sure. Let's give you, like, a better... All right. Whenever star is 1, or greater than 0, output your input count. Otherwise, output nothing. So what I want to do is I want to put this signal onto here if this signal is all zeros. Okay, that's easy. So that's another decider combinator. Wrong one. This one. All right. If everything on green is less than or equal to 0, then output everything from red. And right now this is going to output nothing because the what am I trying to say? It's going to output nothing because there's a bunch of stuff that we can't craft, so we don't want to latch this recipe, so we have no recipe output to latch. And that is correct. And if we lied and we said, oh, actually, there's definitely no unmet dependencies, this would output. And now this has it, and it's ready to latch it. Okay, good. I'm going to leave it in this state for now to, like, debug the rest of this logic. But that's what we want. So when do we have a star? Star is not to set. Yeah, I haven't figured out the logic for when star needs to be set at all. We're working on that. So star needs to be set. We want this to hold its input signal whenever we are not the active... Whenever we're not the active module, right? Because if we become the active module, we want this latch to clear. No, I think it's this. I think when this is a check mark and we're saying push this through and do all this new logic on it, that's also when we want to update this. So it's this check mark signal, which is too far. That is fine. Let me drop this guy here. All right. And what we say is that latches when... No, that's not right. I need to change, I think, some of these colors. I think that's part of my confusion. Because this is supposed to be the latch output. But I actually want the thing that the latch will latch to be the green signal here. So now we're saying... And we want this to latch whatever's on green, which is what it will do, when we're not the active... I think it's when we're nothing on red, when there's nothing on red... and we're not active, latch whatever's on green. So that's no check and no red. Okay. Let's try that. Let's see if that's anywhere near what we need. And that should be, oh, greater than 0, yeah. Okay. So this will output star when how far will this reach? That'll reach when the check mark is less than or equal to 0 and everything on red is less than or equal to 0. All right. So this hasn't latched, but it knows what it will latch. And if I say that we move on to the next one, we're doing module 3 now, it should have latched. It did not latch. Oh, because it needs to be green, not red. Now will that latch for me? No. Oh, because the star's on... Right, I swapped both of my inputs. I'm good. Star's still not set to 0. I swear I did that. Did I not hit 0 like twice here? All right. Back to 2. So yeah, this is getting its input signal on green. And then star will be set as soon as we move on to module 3. Awesome. Now we're flapping. Why are we flapping? Oh, and it's still flapping. Cool. Let's get rid of the feedback, because obviously the feedback is the problem. So what's going on here? What this is saying is... if there's nothing currently on the latch... and... oh, I see. That's not what I want. Is this what I want? So now we're just saying... the latch should be latched whenever we're not currently... yeah, this is what we want, is the latch should be latched whenever we're not the currently selected module. I don't think I need this tied into here. So I really don't need a decider combinator, I just need a longer wire, but... so now we should latch. Except we're forwarding some stuff around. Which means that something that should be gated on us being selected is not being properly gated. Okay. Start from the start. This says that we are selected. Okay. If we are selected... and there is nothing currently latched, which is the status. Then we allow this to forward all of its inputs. If we are otherwise, this follows the latch. Okay. This is probably a thing where I need a filter for, like, at this green wire here, maybe? We're feeding into the latch. Check is on. We want this to forward through. Except again, I want to fix my reds and greens. No, that's fine. Okay. And now if we change, and actually I can just say we are module 3. Look at that. Well, it didn't latch, but... All right, so this is forwarding all the way down to this end. Oh, it didn't latch because that combinator doesn't have power. Let's try that. And we still didn't latch. Cool. Is this a thing where I need, like, a 1-tick delay here? Because this is turning off its output on the same tick that this is trying to latch it? No, this is turning off its output. Yeah, that's the issue. This needs a 1-tick delay. All right. Everything's through. Now, will this latch? Yes, now it latched. Okay. And now we have a signal in the latch. The next time this is selected to make a thing, if we add something else to our requests, and then we say module 3, we're still getting the original request all the way through, yeah, to here, and we maintain that all the way to this control. And then when we're no longer the selected module, yeah, this still maintains all of this, all of this, all of this. Okay. Good. So now we need some additional logic around the latch, right? Because here we latch as soon as we're done, but we also need to latch as if... I think it's this, right? This output here, which is... Oh, right, this is just filtering out negative values. Yeah. So this is all of the stuff that is necessary for us to... Here, let's clear the latch manually, for one thing. So this is all the stuff that would be necessary for us to do this craft comes through here. And we want to feed that to this, which means these need to move down one. Oh, but they don't fit. That green wire doesn't quite reach. Okay. Where did those come from? This one. Okay. All right. So in addition to green being one, we also need... Uh-oh. What's going on? Why is your recipe not being set? Oh, because I picked another recipe that I can't actually set. That's why. I keep doing that. Let's pick something I can actually make. Apiaries. There we go. So that this sets this comes through here, and then we're going to have an output signal here. Yeah. And what this needs to say is that everything on red is less than or equal to 0. And what I should see now is that this will not latch anymore. Because we now have this condition here. So if we say 3, yeah, we didn't latch. 2, we go back to tracking logic mode. And then we lie about inputs. We say, oh, we totally have everything available. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And then we latch it. Yeah, we're latched. Cool. And then if we connect this, I mean, it doesn't matter now because it's actually latched. Well, go back to floating. Go back to latched. Oh, somehow we ended up with 40 on here. Why is that I ended up with 40 on here when we should end up with 10? Right? We've got... Oh, no, it is 40. That says 10. Where does it become 40? Four ticks before locked? Yeah. Wait, so this is number 2. And the one that we should be doing is number 2. Just divide by 4, maybe. Okay, so this is latched. Clear the latch. Let everything float. All right, and then we lie about needing stuff, and we end up with a 40. Why is that flapping? It shouldn't flap. Okay, so this comes all the way through. We should have 10 out here, 10 to here. Star is 1. Okay, star shouldn't be 1 right now. Oh, that needs to be an and. Oops. Okay. Now when we pulse this up to 3... Yeah, we get 10. Okay. And we're latched. And then what I should see is if I switch us back to the active one, is that... Yeah, we're still putting 10 on this. Because... Yeah, so we're active, but we should have a signal on red. Right, so this is going to say, don't update, and that means that this stays latched. We just stay latched when we have something latched. Okay. And then if we go to 3... Shouldn't matter because we're still staying latched. Okay, we're good. We got this. So the output of this is what needs to drive a couple of things. This needs to drive... Well, one, it drives the actual assembler that does the work. That's an important part. And with it, this. So this goes here. Set recipe. We also want to read contents, and we'll deal with that in a second. All right, so this sets its recipe based on what is latched. And if we decide not to latch a recipe because it has inputs, we will lose this whole thing. We're currently... The alpha signal is 3. Oh, interesting. We immediately drop our latch. I'm not sure if that's how I wanted that to behave, but, like, it's fine. So, yeah, this goes here, but then this is incapable of latching because we have unmet dependencies. But then we allow it to latch if we break that logic. Then it does... Cool. So now this needs to have request. I guess it's just 2 arithmetic combinators. So we're going to have red here. No. Where's this? Our make the thing generic logic. And then two arithmetic combinators. Oh, that's not what I wanted either. I want this one. Sorry. Yeah. So that outputs that. And then... Actually, no, we don't need that at all, because we're already doing this, because this will be based on whatever number we have coming out of here. So we're already doing that. So this is our total requests, and we need to combine that with this. So we want to say arithmetic combinator. This output here. And this here. So we do everything on red minus everything on green. And if I throw something in here, we should see that reflected in the output. Oh dear. Something broke there with what? Oh, this. Okay, I need a diode here. That's why. Okay. And then this one... If I throw ingredients in here, should no longer, no longer screws up the red signal. It does end up on the green signal. And is subtracted from this. All right. And that is what we set our requests from. All right. So we're now setting our requests here based on this, but I want one more decider combinator in here because I want this to only set requests if we have this latched. I don't want this to follow requests while we're like... Actually, no, I don't need another decider combinator because this will be latched. Because we're only using the red output, so it's already isolated. Okay, I think. We'll double check that. If we clear the latch, and then we set this to be... this machine, we've got... Oh, no, because we're not coming from... Yeah, we do still need one more. Sorry, I was wrong. So we'll take one more decider combinator, and this one decides based on the red output of this. Right, and that says if there's anything greater than 0 on red... output everything from green. So there's no requests here. This will latch when I change it. And now we're requesting. Cool. So... I think I got all this logic right now. What are the edge cases? I don't even know. But if I reconnect this piece, it unlatches because it's saying stuff that we want is no longer available. And now it'll try to track with whatever the main system, the central system says, like, hey, you need to do, here's the list of things to track. It'll try to craft that, and it should be pushing out, like, hey, actually, we need, if you want me to craft that, I need all this. I think the only thing that is wrong with that is we lost our +1. So I need one more arithmetic combinator here. Which is doing each signal +1 output each. Okay. Yeah. And again, that just ensures that we're not being reliant on, like, any of Factorio's internal orderings. And I know some people are totally comfortable building combinator gadgets that rely on internal orderings to select things, but I would rather guarantee that when we say, hey, we need whatever, we need this machine made before us, our selector combinator is based on the number of items that are being requested. So this will get latched in here. All right. So, how many ticks does this take to run? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 ticks. Ouch. Okay. And we'll give it a little bit of buffer room. But in theory, we can run this every, like, 15 ticks. So we need, like, a divide by 15 clock. Yeah, internal ordering is such a pain. Agreed. I don't want this to have to rely on it. And I might just set it to, like, 20 ticks, just because I feel more comfortable. 20 ticks means that we can dispatch 3 of these a second, and I'm fine with that. Like, honestly, even if it takes... How many of these modules are we going to have? How many of them are going to be running constantly? Like, I'm not that worried about it. Especially if we're requesting larger batches of things, like, even if it takes 10 seconds to run the whole thing. Okay, so what we need is we need, like, a 20 tick or a 15 tick, whatever. Yeah, that's configurable. It's easy. So I need a counter. I need that to fire a pulse every 20 ticks. That pulse will latch whatever's coming from green into our overall requests, because green is stuff that we need in order to make this. And then after that, yeah, it'll latch that and it'll increment alpha. That's really all we need. Is we latch green and we increment alpha. And I'm actually going to put this here, and we're going to request some things just so I have them. This is mostly nonsense for the sake of making this work a little more the way I want it to work. And then I have to put both of these into the whitelist. This is going to be the worst part of doing this, is fixing all the things that need to be allowed in the make machine. All right, so both of those are whitelisted and should be getting put out on, yes, the red line. We no longer need this module. This one was. I think I have fully replaced it. All right. So yeah, this is showing probably that it's not the currently selected module. Yeah. Oh, because I got rid of that constant combinator. So yes, nothing is currently selected. All right. So the logic here, I mean, first let's just build like a counter that resets every n, that sends a pulse every n ticks. That sounds like a thing that should be easy to do. But I'm going to Google that one, and I'm going to look at the wiki for that. Let's see. Basic clocks. Yeah, okay, we can do this with just a decider combinator. So we will do like that. We say that, and I don't really care what the signal is called. I do need to name it though. A. We're gonna say 20 for now. And then we output our input count. And then if we put a constant combinator on here, that outputs A of 1. All right. That counts up to, well, probably it counts 1 through 19 and then resets to 1, but that's fine. Cool. So every time this guy pulses, we want to increment... I mean, it's going to be another one, right? So what we're going to say is when this hits... Every time this is 1, output 1 on B, and then this is the same as before, except it's B instead of A. Look at that! That counts up. Okay. And then this needs to be set to the number of machines that we have, right? So in this case, we only have, well, one of them. So we're just going to pulse 1 over and over and over again. And I can actually assign this one to be 1. And what that means is this is not B, this is actually alpha. And then if we said we were going to have 5 of these modules, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 off, 1, 2, 3, 4 off, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Less than or equal to 5. There we go. All right, so that is... Yeah, and this is pulsing, and it's going to keep deciding that it can't make this because it's requesting stuff, right? Like, we have... Yes. Boom. 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 Okay. That's good. The other thing that we need to do is this needs to connect green to the extra requests data latch. And we will do that. How do I want to do that? Yeah, how does that work? Let's think about that. Oh, Twitch is telling me it is ad break o'clock again. Jeez, the hours are going by fast. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off, because I don't like pre-roll ads. I recommend getting some water, stretch your legs. I'm also going to hydrate. I've been talking a lot, and I can feel it. And when we come back from the ad break, we'll figure out the next part of the sort of master brain of this thing. We're dangerously close to it working though, which is cool. All right, I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. All right, so this behavior, by the way, this where it keeps trying to craft this and then can't, is why this system has an allow list. Obviously, in this case, it's flapping because the input These are everything that this tank wants. Well, one, because I haven't populated the allow list yet, but all of this stuff should be available to the bots without having to be crafted up here, right? It's pipes, it's duralumin, and it's lead plate, and all of that is stuff that should be available. So I say we should get pipes, duralumin, and red plate available. I start upgrading pipes. All right. I need more warehouses. Obviously. I want to start making all of these buffers. Now, what happens... I want to see if this works the way I hoped it do. The way I hope it does. If I put this here... it would help if I had Logibots in this network, wouldn't it? See? This isn't doing what I wanted. I guess I need to set it... I mean, I can make it a storage chest instead, right? And maybe that's what I should do for these ones. Now the bots will say, yes, this is a place that we should deliver. Yeah, and maybe that's all I need is for these things to be storage chests, not buffer chests. Maybe that is the right thing to do. I think I was overthinking it. What I want is for the bots to decide that this is the right place to bring... like, spare duralumin, right? And this should be set up to enable when duralumin is below some threshold. And this way, anything that might get brought to one of these automatic crafting machines or anything that comes out of my own trash slots, we want the bots to put back where it belongs rather than ending up in, like, weird storage land. I do think that we want another plate assembler. Except this one is going to do lead plates. And we're going to get lead into one of these. We are definitely going to run out of train stations here. All right, so we're going to request lead into here. I think I've fixed all of my logistics mishaps around this setup. So hopefully this will be able to just bring lead in and we'll start making lead plate. This needs to be the right kind of chest. And this needs to be swapped to lead plate. All right. That all looks good. How has this been going, by the way? Are we just still making undergrounds and stuff? Yeah. All of these also need to be set up as storage chests, I guess. It feels weird to be using storage chests on the outputs of things instead of provider chests, but I think that's what I need to do what I want. And what I want is, again, for anything that's unused to go back where it came from instead of clogging up the general storage chests. We are obviously still going to have a giant array of storage chests at the mall. We will have to, I mean, in the process of tearing down the rest of this base, we will Oh, and the other thing I'm going to need lots of is roboports, because that system is still isolated. Until I have enough stuff in that mall where it can make its own roboports and grow itself. That'll be cool. But for now, we're not there. For now, we got to do this by hand. Still bringing some stuff to and from the old mall to the new mall. All right. Everything here is yellow, yellow, yellow. Now, let's get... Yeah, everything up here is kind of messy as far as the logistics grid goes, but... Wait, really? Good job. All right, it's going to take a little while before Duralumin is made available to this thing. But what we should see... Yeah, look at that. It's already no longer complaining about pipes. Oh, and I didn't hook up the hot air. So that's going to be... What we should see is that as soon as all of the prerequisites are available for this craft, the bots are going to do it. And look at that. Now we're just waiting for Duralumin to back up. And hopefully we're making that faster than it can be consumed by our inserter build here. Actually, if I throw these in my trash slots, will the Logibots figure out and take them down to where they need to go? Oh, look at that, they do. Although they also took these things, so... Well, that's no good. Alright, maybe this isn't gonna work. Maybe these do have to be providers, and I just need to put a bunch of storage around. Because otherwise the bots might decide to put random stuff in these. And I can logistics filter it, but I can only filter it to, like, certain items. All right. So, yeah. This becomes a passive provider. Yeah, now the bots are running off to throw things in these storage chests. These ones, though, we can set filters on. Did I not just set the filter? Is it because they were already on their way? No. Does that not do what one would expect it to do when you set a filter on something? Yeah. And maybe that's what I should do, is just make all these red and have a pile of yellow chests around. I was trying to avoid that. I was trying to be smart. I was like, surely I can just, like, tell it that these should be... Alright, let's try this now. If I say trash... Okay, now they're not doing it because these are filtered, and the bots are like, there's no reasonable place for those to go. Alright, so it does work. But if I take some lead plate, and then I trash that, they should immediately take the red plate. Okay, so this does work. It's just that they had already decided to put things in there before... How close is this, by the way? Some Duralumin and it'll finally latch. Sweet. Okay. Oh, no, we ended up with one circuit. I think that was a bot that was just still wandering around, though. I don't think that was a... All right. We're just making sure that we have plenty of... Plenty of roboports around. Let's drop some lights into this pattern. Oh, that's just mad at me because it did lose power once briefly. I forgot. That's a thing roboports do. Actual lights in one of my builds. What a miracle. So, yeah, we've got kind of the grid coverage area, and then up here is a little messier because bots are... We need to move this module, obviously. All right, what we didn't do is finish the output of this. So let's get that sorted. I'm going to set this to an empty whitelist for now, just so I can actually work with it. So this is hooked up to... Needs to be hooked up to this loop. Read hand content pulse, except not hooked up to the loop, hooked up to the loop times -1. Each times -1. Output each. All right. So this is latched at 15. When I unfilter this, we should see the latch start to drop. Yeah, and we don't have a ton of Logibots in this part of the world yet, so, like, they're being slow getting all the stuff up here. But the principle is working. Now, what's going to happen is... Oh, actually, because this is a Logi request, because I did this right, and I didn't just inject a request, we should see that this slowly satisfies these requests. Like, the bots bring these things over. Yeah, now there's only 10 on here. So what should happen is this will make the last one. The request goes away from the network, and this will choose a new request. That's what we want to see actually happen. At which point, any surplus items in here will get removed by the bots back to their homes. And that'll be that. I wish I could set this as a storage warehouse to have more than one logistic filter on it. I guess that doesn't make sense in the base game because storage chests are just storage chests. But it kind of makes sense in Pi with the bigger ones. I don't know if the base game allows that, though. At any rate, stuff's working. I don't want to turn on my personal... Oh, no, I can turn on my personal logistics because we've got the whitelist. Yeah. So if I turn on my personal logistics, like, we should see a heap of stuff being requested here. And yes, there's a lot of it. But the bots should be able to, or none of it will end up being pushed through because none of it's on the allow list. And that is fine. I think what I'm going to have to do when I start to tear down the old mall is bridge the networks, which is going to stink. But just like give the bots a straight shot from old base to new base. And then maybe just sick the construction bots on it, because when we disassemble stuff, the bots will automatically like move things into storage chests, etc., 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 right? So speaking of, chests are probably something I can put on the allow list. All right. So this should, there we go. The last items, any leftover ingredients get dumped. The bots take the chest, and we're now trying to craft the next thing that we're missing intermediates for. And we can see that those intermediates are steel and steam engines. All right. It's working. It's working. The only part that I haven't done yet is when this fires a pulse, we also need to latch missing items into the missing items list. And then I need to figure out how to clear missing items, because those are... Yeah. I wonder if I can do this with, like, buffer chests with set request. So we grab a buffer warehouse, which has a lot of slots. I'm going to add an output to this. Let's call it gamma. That's going to pulse in time. When gamma fires, I want to latch a thing into... Let me see if I can... Okay. Let me let me think about this. If I have a decider and I have 2 constant combinators as input, one on red and one on green, can I do... And then if one of these outputs 3, or sorry, 3 of something, boilers, 3 boilers. Actually, I think I want greater than or equal. Yeah, and that says 3 boilers. Okay. So that's part of this, is we want to latch in, like, green here. And then red is going to be whatever's already in the latch. So if I have a combinator that's wired to itself, outputs everything on red for as long as some signal on green is something. So it's gonna something to do with gamma. As long as gamma is not 1, output your input. Yeah. Because every time gamma pulses, I want this to take its... No. Yes. Run this into this. Run this into this. So this should always be outputting... whichever amount is larger. I hope. Or do I need to do 2 of these? One that outputs red if red is bigger, and one that outputs green if green is bigger. All right. And then... What is being output? Oh, because this should only be outputting what's on red. There we go. It was looping some weird stuff with alpha because alpha was on red and green. That's fine. Okay, so this latches and it resets every time gamma fires. This will latch whatever's on its red, but it won't be outputting. So what I need is for... What do I need? I need the input of this to be... I continue to struggle with combinators. All right, so these two together should be effectively a max. So I want them to output the maximum of whatever is currently requested and... Or sorry, whatever is currently latched and whatever comes through on this signal. And then I want whatever that is, that new max, to end up in the latch. I'm mean, is that just like, do I just do this? If I run this thing's output to its input? Well, it got doubled because... Oh, because there's two of them. Of course. So I run... But if I run just one of them... Oh, is it because they have overlapping conditions? Yes, it was. So that's doing its thing. And then if we suddenly need a different set of inputs, like if I take these... Oh, of course, that's not going to work because this can actually be made. So the bots are... Yeah, that was not a good way to test this. Let's add, like... ...20 tar extractors. And what we should see, once this has made its thing... Actually, watch this. Oh, look, it's crafted everything it needed to craft. Who would have thought? All right. So now this is going to be trying to do... Right, it's trying to do barrels, and we see the barrel inputs are still latched. I need to allow list the tar extractor. Boom. Yeah, and now we see that we want everything that we used to want. We still want, like, 11 steam engines, because tar extractors apparently don't need steam engines. I'm glad I picked something that didn't use all of the same ingredients. But yeah, tar extractor. I mean, we should see, like, DDCs and automated factories in there. Yes, we do. Cool. So then that output feeds this in set request mode. And now, if I get rid of my requests, everything that was being requested is now here. All right. So anytime we request something, it latches in here and it gets requested by this buffer chest. Now, what we then need is another Pyroboport. And we need a way to say that if... What we want is for these recipes to I want these to be like, you need to go. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. We're close. This is so close to working. This and this need to be hooked up to, like, another decider. I think it's, like, decider and 2 deciders maybe, or maybe a decider and an arithmetic. Let's see if we can figure this out. So the inputs of this are Logi network contents and our requests, right? So we say for each item, red and green, if green, here, let's do green first. If green is greater than or equal to red, then we output that item at -1. And then we can take the output of that into a arithmetic combinator. And that's just each times each. And that's outputting nothing right now. But if I fake something being available in Logi, or if I pick one of these things that we're requesting and make it available, what we should see is that this will then output basically this negative input amount and feed it right back in. And that should null out that signal. And that'll clear anything from this system that has accumulated. And everything that was requested would have made its way, presumably, into this buffer warehouse over time as it was being made, or have been available somewhere else. Either way, it'll get spit out. I guess I don't need the buffer warehouse. I can just throw like a diode in and hook it up to that red there. If I find a diode, is that a diode? That's a diode. And then we just rely on things ending up in storage chests or whatever, because they're all being pushed into active providers. Cool. And then because and then if I wanted to say, oh, I want DDCs to be done, of course, we could put DDCs in the allow list. It's going to try to make DDCs. There we go. And then it's like, oh, I need a bunch of other crap in order to make a DDC. And now all of those items get latched in here as well. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So now the question is, like, if we were to make those 21 DDCs... I mean, yeah, we'll make 21 of them. They'll get put in Logi storage. There's no other demand for DDCs. And they'll end up being able to be used later. Does this work? Did I did it? Did I do it, chat? Did I achieve Automall? That's 6 hours of my life that I'm never getting back. This was actually... I mean, it feels so good to, I think, potentially have gotten it. Obviously. It feels good to have gotten it done. That's not working right. Oops. Glad I caught that. So what do we need to do for this? Yeah, and then this is flapping, trying to make DDCs because it's missing inputs. I think the thing to do really is to keep hooking up more of our fundamental inputs. It's to keep pulling things in from rails as needed, right? There's a reason that we made lots of space for train stations here. I should maybe try to adjust these so they're a little bit more on our... I don't know if it makes sense to try to fit any of this stuff onto the Logi grid. Probably not. Each of these will just have its own local roboport, and that's fine. If we have a little extra roboport density around where stuff is happening, I think that's okay. And then, yeah, it's just a matter of hooking up inputs. It's a matter of deciding which things deserve to be on the bus, where they have access to lots of resources quickly, versus the things that need to be allow listed here. But I think it's working. Like, I'm feeling pretty decent about this. It does seem like the 20 ticks that I chose is enough time. I haven't noticed this doing anything weird with race conditions. I'm sure it could, but... Oh, probably what we should do is have the output of this go through like a latch where it... Yeah, let's do that. Just to make sure that this, the red signal here, doesn't change while this is computing. So I should be able to do that with just a couple decider combinators. Disconnect that from there. Hook it up to... no. Yeah, so this one will output... I think it's like that. Then this one, when gamma is 1, output each item from red. And then you will say... when gamma does not equal 1, also input each item from red. Cool. And these should just, like, latch, right? So if this changes, if I, like, allow list something else that should be in here, or if I... Yeah, let's do automated factory. Should be allow listed. Yep, and it updated. Yeah, so we latch whenever gamma is not 1, and then gamma 1, we update the latch. Cool. All right, yeah, I think, how are we doing on wait, there's an important question. Oh, we hit it! 500 hours, 49 minutes, and 24 seconds. Sorry, I just smacked my microphone. Apologies to the headphone users. It's been a long stream. I forgot that we were approaching this and kinda lost track. We missed the thing. But yeah, 500 hours. And we finally have an Automall. So I think I can just copy and paste these modules, and I just have to update Omega for each module. As I said before, we have a bunch of stuff to hook up for additional inputs here. But for now, I'm going to call it a night. This has been super productive. I'm really happy. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. I really appreciate everyone who watches. I think I already said that. I'm repeating myself. My brain's a little fried. It's been a long, hard stream. I spent 6 hours screwing around with combinators, and I'm not good at combinators. But we achieved what we wanted to achieve, so I'm pretty happy. Why are we getting nothing here? Oh, because I didn't hook up the output of this to here. That is wrong. What's wrong? I probably just need another diode is what I need. Because alpha's leaking into this setup. Yes. So now this is stable. And if I were to remove this from the allow list, it goes away. Cool. That's also cool that works. All right. Thanks again, everybody. I'll see you next time.